Alright everybody, welcome back, and in this video what we're going to be doing is continuing on our shop app. In the last video we made a lot of progress. We have our add to cart and remove from cart button, and we also built a bunch of address management logic, so that was cool. Now in this one, what do we got left? So yeah, just a little indicator. We have 5 days from launch day. So I'm really hoping I can knock out a lot of these features today, but we have some of the remaining add to cart logic, just some edge case logic that we'll talk through in just a bit, and then the checkout page, and then of course the orders pages. So the checkout page is going to look something like this, and the orders pages something like this. So like I said, 5 days left until go time, so really hoping I can make some good progress today. Now, another thing that I actually saw while I was like starting up my environment for today was that I went to this bacon and I was just testing out this add to cart button, and I got an error, and that is because even though I have the item in my cart, as you can see, we aren't fetching these cart items whenever we log in. So that's what I'm actually going to do right now, kind of just a housekeeping item before we get to our good stuff. And let me see if I can remember where I put this. So in app, all right, so probably the authenticated layout. Since in my layouts right here, this is what gets shown if the user isn't logged in yet, basically the created an account or sign in forms. And the authenticated is, of course, once they are authenticated, then this is what we show them, basically our main layout. So in this case, we are fetching a bunch of things. And what I also want to fetch is the carts. And dispatchers, that would be in cart products. Get cart products. Cart products and get cart products, and we'll just fetch it right here at the very top. And also there is a way I can make this more efficient using promise all. So let's do that as well. Actually, let's test this. Alright, and there we go. We now see when I refresh the page, it made this fetch to cart products. And then I have a cart product right here, but we don't have the logic for this page yet. Now, another thing that I do want to do is I can just wrap this in a promise all. So right now what's happening is this request is being sent and it's waiting for that, and then after this request is being sent, we can actually fire all these off at the same time. I just don't make this more efficient. Yeah, I just want to get the syntax for promise all. And there we go. So yes, this will allow us to dispatch them all at once. Card score exchange. All right, beautiful. And now let me just go ahead and refresh this. Actually, I can log out and log back in again. And then hopefully I get my cart products. Beautiful. Okay. So now let's see what we got to do. Okay. Now, actually, before I even get to this, I know I'm kind of teasing everyone with a lot of prep work before, but one thing that I also noticed is that I have 2 realistic items in here in one bacon. I just want to change this to something more realistic. Just so, I'll say this mug right here. Okay. Just so we can start having some actual data in here, and actually need to download that. TNB mug. Alright, so the name of this can be TNB mug, and we'll replace it with this image. and I'll say coffee mug. And that would be product 11. Did I save that? Should have. Yep, okay. So there you go. And that was actually interesting. Why did that not refresh? Huh, that is interesting. So I'm not refreshing these when I go to the details page. Okay, so let me add a to-do for that as well. Since you see I just made that change and then I tried to refresh the page, assuming they would be appearing on here. But yeah, it's just not happening. In fact, I wonder if, let's do some quick QA. Let's first log out and then log in, and then on this page go to this URL directly, and this doesn't show anything because I'm not fetching that product again. So in here we'll put a use effect. Let's say fetch the details of the product from the buy product details page. All right. So maybe we should just do this right now. ID for params. Okay. Before we get to that, I just want to make sure nothing is breaking. And all right. So basically, whenever I go to the URL directly, I should be able to fetch this product information instead of having to go through my product catalog first. So let's actually, do we even have that endpoint? So get products, get product details is what we're looking for. So I'm saying get products 11. Okay, so we do have the endpoint. But now the question is, do we have a API? And that would be products. Yeah, so we have it for create, delete, get, and update, but no product details. And I'll just say get product is what the name of this will be. Create and to fetch an individual. Create a get product API function, fetch an individual product by ID. And now let me just pass this in. And yeah, should be good. Okay, and another thing I want to do is just make sure that get as a pair, get core, get wallet. I'm just seeing if I have any other existing design patterns. Where's no? Okay, so it should be good. And now I'm gonna have to do it for a dispatcher as well. All right, so get product, this is what I was looking for. All right, so get products is what we can use on our product catalog to get a list of all the products. Get product allows us to pass in an ID, and we're gonna get back a product. And these look good. Now create. Great, now create a dispatcher function for that. And import it, yes, and then create this. Get product, wham, bam, a little bit of toe jam. Okay. Getting products. Okay. Now let's read through this. So to get product, you pass in an ID. It's gonna make a request to the endpoint, and then it's gonna set product. Since it's an individual product, we get back. Response data, looking good. Okay. So now we can just dispatch get product in a similar fashion from the product details page. Similar to this right here. Okay. So use effect, and we're going to be needing dispatch. What you got for me already? Okay, dispatch. Let's actually just use this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. So I want to say, first of all, I don't need to rename this. Okay. So what I want to do whenever I mount is get product error fetching product. It's going to be the error message. And what I'm also going to do is pass in the ID, which is gonna, this ID is going to take a number actually, right? Get product is going to take a number, so I need to parse that. And then I will say at the beginning of this, if no ID return, fetching product details. Okay. So now I'm going to say that when this page loads, if you don't have any ID, which you should, but if not, just return it. Otherwise, then just try to fetch the product details. And if there's any error with the API, then just log this error message. All of these look good. So now let's go ahead and check this logic out again. So that's good, that fetched. All right. So now what I'm going to do is log out, log back in again, and go directly to this page. And now, hopefully, it makes this request to fetch the product details. And all right, we're good to go. Looking good, looking good. And I now got this mug. Remove from cart, add to cart. We are looking great right here. Okay. So now we can actually get to the logic that I wanted to write right here. And the logic is this. Basically, right now, I have one item in my cart. I'm logged in as Bucky right now, and this is from Amy. Now, I'm able to add different products from Amy to my cart. That's fine, even if they have different core prices. For example, this is in VTX and this is in TNB. However, if I add a product from someone else other than Amy, then we don't want to allow that in our system, because then we're like, have a weird UX issue that we run into. We're like placing a single order from two different sellers, and it's just a pain, at least for MVP. So in this case, what I'm going to do is check this on the front end, since we're already checking on the back end, but we don't want to have to hit the back end just to tell us we get an error back. And also we can just validate this on the front end, so we never make that request in the first place. So that's what we're going to do. And to do this, I'm actually going to create another user. Actually, let me do this. I'm going to create an invitation, and I'll just say, Alright, so I'll say Bob123, and there's no user yet. And then I'm going to log out, I'm going to create an account, and this is going to be for Bob. And his password can be bacon12345, bacon12345, invitation code Bob123. And, well, why did I get a bad request? Invalid or used invitation code. Wait, did I never create this? Save. Embarrassing. Alright, now create it in, actually you want to write down, one sec, I gotta write that down. Okay, so Bob has a password bacon. That was bacon123, right? Yep. No, bacon12345. Okay, let me just log out and say Bob bacon12345. Beautiful. Alright, so we were looking good on that, and now that I am Bob right now, my name is Robert Paulson. Okay. Now what I can do is create a new product. So what product do I want to create? How about these elephants? Save images. Elephants. Alright, Bob, you are going to create little mini elephants. These are cool looking figurines. Figurines. I think that's how you spell it. And what did I name that? Elephants.jpg. I'll say TNB, since Amy is selling for VTX, although it doesn't really matter for what we're doing here. The price of these, they are pretty nice elephants, so I'm going to say 4,000. And I only have one set. Little mini elephant set, I'll say. And I'll say 2, cool. I only have one set, and I'm going to activate that product. Okay. Alright, Bob, we are now selling elephant figurines. Now, I hope Bucky loves them, because Bucky's about to log in right now and check it out. So Bucky already has an item from his cart, in his cart from Amy. But now Bucky's looking at these elephants and wants to add them to the cart. Oh, but he can't. Why? Because it says you can't add products from different sellers to the cart. Alright, so that is what we want. However, what we're going to do now is, instead of making this request to the back end to find out that we can't do that, we're just going to display a little warning on the front end. And we'll also give them the option to say, hey, you're not allowed to do this. However, if you still want to overwrite your cart, then you can just go ahead and do that. Now, I already wrote some of this logic in TNBOS, but it's actually, okay, so I'm on the buy product details page. All right, handle add to cart click. This is where it's going down. Now, this is where I want to display that modal. Alright. And in TNBOS, where are you at? So source, apps, shop, pages. It said buy product details, cart warning modal. Okay. So in my modals, let's look what this cart warning modal is. Should get rid of you. This product has a different seller in our price network. Okay. So does this take any prop active buy product? This is interesting. A whole different flow. Header warning. Okay. So let's just go ahead and make this super simple for now. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a warning that says, hey, you can't have products from multiple sellers in your cart. Would you like to create a new order? Now, if they say no, then we pretty much just close the modal. Now, if they say yes, what we have to do is we actually have to delete all the cart products on the back end. And then after that, we add this new product to their cart. So I already smell some inefficiencies with having to make a lot of delete requests to the back end that hopefully we can optimize a little bit later on. But for right now, this is our logic. All right. So cart warning modal, we'll go with the same naming convention, cart warning modal, since we only have one cart warning modal right now. Okay. So let's go ahead and just create a new modal, cart warning modal. Yeah, that's good. We can rename it later on if we need to, but select Asper modal, core modal, create wallet modal. I just want like a simple modal. All right, either way, let's go ahead and just create a new component for this. And then that is good, that is good. And actually, do we want this? I just keep it nice and easy. I don't know if it's gonna have any custom styling, but we'll kind of just keep it easy for now. Now for a modal, let's see how I was writing these. Okay. So for the modal, let's use trades modal as our example. All right, so basically import this shared modal component, and then you can overwrite the styling for it. All right, easy enough. So in the cart styles, do this with a modal, and then the modal implementation looks a little bit something like this. Okay. All right, and what was my header of this? Just said warning. This is going to take a close prop, and I'm sure these did too. All right, so this cart warning modal props is going to consist of a close function that we pass in. And then what we are saying, yeah, that there's just a div right here, but this should be enough for us to get started. Okay. All right, and now in here, what we need to do is we need to use pretty much the same thing. Use toggle. All right. So just stealing some previous patterns right here. We're going to use toggle hook to toggle this on and off. And then for this, we're going to say cart warning modal is open. Toggle cart warning modal. and that's going to be false by default. So by default it is not open on the screen. And then I want to have logic here. Well, another thing that we need to do is actually import this modal. So we're going to say cart warning modal, cart warning modal. And then we have it's rendered alongside here. This is going to be interesting as well. Byproduct details, is this going to mess up any of our styling? I don't think so, but let's find out. Alright, so for that state we just added, we are going to say if cart warning modal is open, then we're going to render cart warning modal. Otherwise, render nothing. And for the close, we're going to say toggle cart warning modal. Alright. Now for here, what we can always do is just call toggle cart warning modal. And then this is just going to allow us to test things. Let me go ahead and add to cart. We get our nice warning modal, and all right. So this is eventually going to say something like, actually, let me see that one more time. The styling don't look that great, but actually, let's tweak this just a little bit. All right, so first of all, 480 looks like a better width for this. And now we can say something like, what did I say in TNBOS? This product has a different seller than the existing items in your cart. All right, this is pretty good. This product has a different seller than the existing items in your cart. Would you like to create a new order? This product has a different seller than the existing items in your cart. Would you like to create a new order? Yeah, nice and simple, huh? All right, and they can either close out of it or they can click yes. And then if they click yes or submit or whatever we call it, then it's pretty much gonna replace the items in their cart, however many there are, with this elephant. All right, so we're getting there. We are getting there. Now, in order for that to happen, what we also need to pass in is a product. And also, we need to change this logic to figure out if we should throw this warning. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make a hook. And I want to make a hook because I'm going to make a bit of reusable logic to figure out who the cart product seller is. And this should always be one user, basically whoever, let me pull this up. So right now, since I only have a product from Amy in my cart, then the cart product seller would be Amy. And then what I can do with that information is whenever they're on a product detail page, I can just say that if the seller of the product you're looking at doesn't match the seller of, who you're already ordering products from, then send an error. And the reason that I want to make that a hook is because on my checkout page, I'm also going to be displaying information from the seller. So let's do that. And I believe that in here, active byproduct, cart seller. Okay. So I just called it cart seller. Interesting. So let's do this. Yeah, this is easy. Okay. So the cart seller is actually going to be, I'll say cart seller ID. Well, what was this? Did it return a string? Yeah, I think I want to return just their user ID. I mean, I can return this, but no need. So cart seller ID. Okay. Now, under hooks, I'm going to make a new hook. Get rid of you, first of all. And I will say that this is a TypeScript file named use cart seller ID. And let me just get, I don't know. I just want some boilerplate right now. So I'll say use core logo, whatever. And okay, so refactory name. I'm gonna say that I'm creating a hook, use cart seller ID. And this is not going to take any parameters. Okay. Use cart seller ID. And this is either going to return, let's see, a number or null. So basically, if you don't have any items in your cart, it's going to return null. Otherwise, if you do have items, it's just going to return the ID of the seller, who's ever selling those items. Okay. So now what we can do is we can just get cart products from the cart products selector. So get cart products. All right, and then we can use the same logic where yeah, probably just something like this. All right, so we are saying that cart product list Alright, so the cart product list is just object values.cart product. Now, if there are no, basically, cart product list, the property seller doesn't exist on cart product. It's interesting. Types, cart product. Oh wait, it's cart product. Oh wait, I'm looking at my wrong thing here. So cart products. All right, here we go. So cart products have a product, and that product has a seller ID like this. So this should work. Let me just read through it one more time. Okay. So using this hook, is called use cart seller ID, we are first looking at all of our cart products. Then we're just getting pretty much the cart products themselves rather than the keys. And we're saying that if there is anything in your cart, then just get the first one and get the product seller's ID from it. Otherwise, just return null. And that should work. Okay, and now, close out of you. All right. So now in my hooks, let me just go ahead and bring this in, available all the cores. Use cart seller ID, use cart seller ID. Okay. So now in my hooks, I can use cart seller ID. And now let me just log this out to see what I'm working with. All right. So now on this page, we should be logging out the cart seller ID. And that is the wrong app. So let's, okay, first of all, let's see what we got in my cart. So I got a product from, I got TNB mug, and TNB mug is being sold by Amy. And Amy, if I can find the users, is user 2. So when I go here, it should log out user 2. All right, beautiful. And now let me just remove it from my cart and it should say null. Awesome. Add to cart 2. Beautiful. All right, so now what we can do is we can compare the product being added to the cart seller ID. Okay, and that is this product ID. Yeah. Actually, I don't even need that. What am I doing here? This is interesting. Okay. Okay. Products. All right, so this is the product that I want. Okay. So I will say, and also this, add a cart click if there's no ID or no product. Okay, let me do this. When you're adding to cart, if there's no product, return. And now for the product, I can just use the product ID. And when you add a cart, let me just log out the product. Just to make sure nothing's breaking. All right, so when you add to cart, we're gonna log out the product. And for the product seller, this is product seller ID. This is the property we wanna pluck off to compare. Cons product seller ID equals product.seller.id. And now what we are going to say is something like, if product seller ID is not equal to the cart seller ID, and we can actually just do this to clean it up, then what we want to do is we want to toggle this cart warning modal, and then we can just return from there, because what we'll do is we'll have all our smart logic in the modal itself, and we'll also pass in the product. Yeah, that should work. And then this won't go through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just trying to see if, like, after kind of just thinking what happens in here and if we should just return or let the logic fall through. I mean, you could write it either way. It'd just be tricky, this conditional return or not. So what I'm thinking is we might have logic similar to this in the cart modal, because depending on if they click submit, in other words, yes, they do want to create a new order, then we're going to need to have that logic where we delete all the existing products and then add the new products in the cart. Okay. But now let's do this off the bat. So I have a product from Amy in my cart. Now I'm going to go ahead and add this one from Bob, and I get this warning. Looks good. And just to test things out, I want to have another product from Amy. So let's say that this mushroom book, we'll just change that to be sold by Amy as well. So this mushroom book is now being sold by Amy. All right. So I have one product in my cart, which is this coffee mug, and then this other mushroom book. I should be able to add this just like that. I can remove it, I can add it, no problems. Now the only problem comes when I try to add something from Bob. This is when I get this warning. This product has a different seller than the existing items in your cart. Would you like to create a new order? Okay, so now we are getting somewhere. So now what we can do is first have a button on here. And let me see if I can just steal it from one of my other modals. Cart warning, a core modal. I don't want a form. Create wallet. This is a form too, isn't it? Nope. Okay. So here, why do I have a button container? Ooh, just to have some of that. Actually, this all works. Alright, so that's going to allow me to add a button in. And that's going to come from here. And check it out. So this... Alright. And for this button, I just said yes as well. Okay. So now let me actually stick this in a div. Okay, so when we click add to cart now, it says this product has a different seller than the existing items in your cart. Would you like to create a new order? Now, first of all, this modal is way too wide, freaking me out. So let's, instead of 480, let's go 360. All right, that's much better. And aside from that, I also want to bump up this margin, even though I said that this is mainly for all right, let's go with 32. Yeah, margin top, button container 32. And what's this create wallet modal? I just want to, oh yeah, that's if I don't have one. So let's test that with Bob, actually. Bob, that was bacon. All right, so wallet, whenever you're creating a new wallet, you get this button. This actually doesn't look that bad, but all right. Actually, let's do this. I am going to revert this to 16, even though I don't like the looks of it, but because it's consistent that way, it'll kind of act as a visual indicator to fix this. Okay, so where am I at? I have 2 products from Amy in my cart. I'm going to remove this one, add it. Okay, so I have products from Amy in my cart. Now I want to add this one from Bob. It says this product has a different seller because you have products from Amy you're trying to buy from, and all of a sudden you say you want to buy from Bob now. So like, what's the deal, yo? Do you want to change it? Yes, and I need to have a click handler for this. Okay. So if they say no or they don't want to, then they can just click away or click this X. I don't think I need like another cancel button here. But if people get confused, we can always change that later on. The point is, I need a click handler now to say handle button click. Alright, now what's going to happen is if they click yes, then it's going to call this function. And what this function is going to do is, first, it needs to delete all of the existing items in your cart. And then after, it needs to add this, basically create this cart product. Actually, it's logic very similar to this. Now, what we also need to do is we need to pass in either a product or a product ID. And let's just pass in product ID. Because that will be easier. Okay. Product ID is a number. Yeah, baby. Okay. So on this, yeah. So I'm going to be passing in the product ID, which is going to be coming from this product. Okay, so product ID equals product.id. And what I can also say, since this product, we allow it to be undefined, what I'm going to say is to keep it simple. If you don't have any product, we just return null. And actually, in the left and right, I don't know if we can figure this out. No. Okay. And just to kind of confirm everything, I'm just going to log this out right now, although we're going to be getting a little bit more fancy with it in the future. But let's say that, okay, let me refresh this. Alright, so now when I click add item to cart, first gives me a warning. Now if I do want to override it, then yes, it's going to say just log out 16 right now. But eventually, what we're going to be doing is emptying the cart first, and then once that's done, we're going to be creating a new cart product with only product number 16 in it. So we're probably going to do this the inefficient way first, which is just, let's say we have 3 different cart products. We're going to iterate through each one and make a separate deletion request to the back end, because we don't have any logic to just wipe out our cart right now. And I'm kind of just thinking ahead to that logic, because what we can do is we can make another endpoint on the back end to kind of simplify it just into 2 operations. One, to bulk delete your entire cart, so you have basically wipe out all your products in one request, so you don't have to like make 3 different requests, one for deleting each cart product. Another thing that we can do is, instead of having that endpoint and then another one that we trigger right after to create this, we can just do it all in one to basically say overwrite my cart with whatever product or products I pass in, and that'll shrink that down to one request. However, yeah, and I'm probably gonna get yelled at because I have a wait inside a for loop, which is never good. So what do we want to do? Let's think about this. Let's think. I mean, eventually we are going to need one of the later 2 systems. I'm just thinking for MVP if we want to build this out right now. Yeah. Empty cart. I think we do want this, because then we can just call empty cart and then create cart product. Okay, so let's do it. Yep, we're gonna do it. We are actually going to do it. Oh man, I'm so pumped up. Okay, now let's go to shop, views, cart product, serializers, cart product. Hello, backend. Haven't seen you in a while. And I'll just say create a new endpoint to empty your cart, and we'll see what it comes up with. To empty their cart. There's my serializers and there's my views. You can create a new endpoint called empty carts. This code associated with a currently authenticated user. Add this code to your product view set. Okay. So make a post request to the URL path empty cart. And I don't really think I need that URL path, but let's see. So empty cart. So would go right here in the action. All right. And let me just see if we had this action somewhere else. All right, so we had it in deposit. Yeah, I don't think I need that URL path. But let's see. Well, first, let's just call this straight up. So that would be cart products slash empty cart. And then I can just print user cart products. And I actually want to rename this to cart products. Okay, so hopefully whenever I make a post request to this, so post request to cart products, empty cart, what I should see, clear my buffer, shrink this so we can see what's going on here. So what I should see, yes, is a query set of my cart, and now they should be emptied on the back end. So cart products, no more. Beautiful. And now let me, what am I gonna do? Status okay. All right. So now let me just try to do this without the URL path. Detail false, you don't need it. All right, now on the front end, let me go ahead and just, all right. So I'm gonna be adding this. That's interesting. Oh, okay. So what this is doing is erroneously throwing up this warning because this check right here, where it's saying if product seller ID, which is Amy, in this case, I'm buying from Amy, so seller ID 2, if it's not equal to the cart seller, which is null, then it's going to throw this warning. But I also need to check, basically write something like this. All right, so if cart seller and, all right, so if there is a cart seller ID and the cart seller ID is not equal to this person, then you get the warning. Let me make sure that logic is refreshed, and all right, so that looks a little bit better. All right, so now just trying to add with Bob, that's when you get the warning. Good, good. And what was I gonna do now? Oh yes, so we updated the backend to remove that endpoint explicitly in the decorator, and now let me just clear this, make sure everything's working still. Okay, looking good, looking good. Great. So now I have this logic. Let me go ahead and just clean up my imports. Great, 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 great. And okay, then I will say, first of all, thank you ChatGPT for that. Appreciate your help. And now let me just give you some more work to do, since that's kind of your thing, like working. And okay, so that was cart products, right? Yep. Now let me say, great, now create an API function. Now create an API, and now create an API and dispatcher function for that endpoint. And these are my API functions, and let me show you my dispatcher functions so you can see my standard. And then we should be good to write this logic on the front end. Okay. Make a new function called empty cart that makes a post request to the empty cart. And this is correct. And don't get any data back. Okay. And okay, I'm just kind of thinking ahead because some stuff might get a little bit tricky, but EFG. Okay. So this is going to make our request to the backend cart products with empty cart, and you're basically not going to get anything back. And then what we can do, actually this might be easier than I thought, because we can just set, yeah, we don't even need to do this. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, so empty cart as empty cart. And then yeah, let's do this. All right. When I call empty cart, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call set cart products, And this is pretty much gonna overwrite your state, and what I want to do is just set it equal to an empty list, and that should work. So basically empty out all my cart products on the front end after this request comes back, and then should be good. So let's do that. Let's do that. Gonna put it in a try catch because I want to do a couple things. Okay. So first we're gonna need dispatch in here and our toasts. I like toast and I like dispatching things. Q or what am I doing here? TU. And then types, gonna need that dispatch thing going on. And then what do you got? Something in here. Optimize you later and check it out. So I'm gonna be dispatching some stuff. So let me just steal you. And then what else am I gonna be doing? I'm gonna be using logic that looks a little bit similar to this. And then I'm gonna be sticking close in there. So for the product, this is going to be the product ID, quantity 1 for now, and alright. And where are you coming from? Dispatchers and enums. Dispatcher. Create cart product, and also we got you now, which you can empty the cart. Okay. So what I can do error updating cart. Okay. So now what I can do is this. First going to, whenever they click that they want to, I'm going to go ahead and empty their cart, and then after this we are going to take the product that they are trying to add, which is from the new seller, and then add it to their cart, and then give them a little toast that says product added to cart, and then close the modal. And then this logic doesn't get ran because we break out right here. Then I think we're good to go. All right, are we looking good to test this? Let's find out. All right, I'm buying. I got a product from Amy in there. And let me just make sure my back end synced up. All right, so I'm shopping. I'm having a good time. I'm a shopaholic. I bought something from Amy. And now I want to buy this mushroom book, which is also from Amy, so no issues there. But now what I want to do is I want to look at this and, oh, this is from Bob. So let me try to add this to my cart too. And wait a minute, this product has a different seller than the existing items in your cart. Would you like to create a new order? Now if I close and nothing happens, then nothing happens, of course. Just got those 2 items from Amy. However, if I do hit yes, then what's going to happen is I'm first going to empty my cart emptied, and then I'm going to add this item from Bob in my cart. So now I only have this 1 item from Bob. Beautiful. This is great. This is absolutely great. Okay. And then our backend is updated efficient too. So I'll say empty cart endpoint. And technically we can make this process even more efficient by combining this empty cart logic with this endpoint, but that's just a little bit too complicated, I think. A little convoluted. And that little boost in performance benefit, I just don't really think it outweighs the well, anything really. The readability, the understandability, so on and so forth. This is pretty intuitive, which I like. I mean, who doesn't? Great, 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 and also great. Okay. So now, actually, that we got that taken care of, I believe what we can do is cross another thing off the checklist. Cross another thing off of the checklist. All right, 5 days away, but we were looking good. 3 items left. And now, actually, I think that takes care of all the logic on this page. It doesn't seem like there's anything left to do. Remove items from cart, add it to cart. And yeah, I think we are now ready to write our checkout logic. So got items in your cart, ready to check out. And let's see what that's going to look like. So you're shopping, you're loving it, you're loving life. Adding items, getting Christmas presents for your family. And then, oh, you're ready to check out. And it's going to look like this. Okay. So, first of all, let me push up this so we can call this a day. So, oops. npm runlint instead of makelint. And then I'll do a quick review on all this and then kind of also something here where I'm parsing the product ID multiple times. Can probably make that more efficient too, but yeah, okay. So for this, what we did is we created a new empty cart endpoint. Looking good. Then we created get product so we can get the individual product whenever we go to the details page. Empty cart dispatcher function empties it on the front end. Get product dispatcher, set the product, use cart seller ID so we can have that reusable logic. I'm also thinking now we may want to change this to cart seller. And the reason for that is because we're going to need to display their information on that checkout page, but this is good for now. You can always change it. Software, nice and soft. Okay, use cart seller ID. This logic is looking good. This is more efficient. That's looking great as well. Okay. Product ID. If they want to overwrite their cart, then they do so by emptying it, then adding one new product. Oh, my styling is looking alright, good enough for now. And then this is looking good too. So this is my product details page, and we're fetching the product off the bat, which is good. Checking some housekeeping things, determining if we should display the modal, and getting the product's ID. Good, good, in the neighborhood. Okay, so I'll say cart logic completed. All right, we are looking good. I am yeah, I'm feeling good about this pace that we're on. I mean, a lot of work to do still, but let's see. Okay, so the checkout page, and then the buyer and the seller orders, and these are actually kind of similar. I believe they use the same component, but either way, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna go grab a refill of coffee, and then we'll get started on this page. And I am back, all refreshed. And okay, so for this page, what I am thinking is first, Yeah, we can kind of follow the same flow, kind of just style all the UI elements. And then once we kind of have everything on the screen and the basic layout set, then we can start making everything a little bit more intelligent until we get to this final place order button, which is kind of the goal of everything. But in order to place an order, of course, need our cart products working. We need to be able to select an address, so on and so forth. And also, let me actually just see if I delete this, address deleted. Okay, just get this button that says select address. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and just start with this basic layout, and then we'll probably work on these from kind of left to right. Okay. So this page is a shop page called Buy Checkout. Alright, and now in TNB OS pages Buy Checkout. Alright, and let me see what the layout is. Whoa, this is a lot of logic. Okay. So we have our interesting. Okay. So in our main container, what are we looking like? So we have the left section, and what do you consist of? Left top, address, participants, and then products. Okay. So the left section is basically this right here, your address, your participants, and your products, and the right section is this total. Yeah, so let's get started by just rendering the left and the right. Okay. So first of all, what's the container? The container is a grid with a gap of 12 grid columns. So the left is going to be, basically the right is going to be 30%, and the left is going to be auto, height of 100, width of 100. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so first for our Buy Checkout page, our container is the same, and then let's just get the left and right. Yeah, we'll just do this for now. So left, and then the right. Alright, so we have two columns, the left and the right. The left is the first column with the overflow Y auto, right is the second column. And then in here, we can just call render left and render right. And render left is just going to look like this for now. And now I'll do the same thing for render right. Render left, render right. Alright, so this, as long as we're running, should give us two columns, a left and a right, looking good. Alright, so next up, let's start making these basic sections. So the left top consists of an address and participants section. And let me just go in here. See, left top, render address, and we have a heading and a line under each of these. All right, so let's get our heading and line. So the heading is this, and the line, we have our line component. From components line, and it's just a styled version of that to give it a little bit of a margin bottom. And then let's get our left top as well. So the left top is also a grid. No, it's flex with a gap of 32 and a margin bottom of 32. Okay, that looks good. All right, so for the left top, we have render address and render participants. So left top, render address, render participants, and then we have render products right here underneath. So for render address, what we can do is just give it a heading and a line for now. And my address, I don't have styled yet. All right, so for my address, I can just say this render participants. What are you going to be? All right, keep you lean as well. Elemental P, QR. And my participants, how were you styled? Basically the same. All right, and then products, should we frame you out yet or not? So for rendering products, yeah. Okay. All right, this should give us our scaffolding for everything, but let's see what we got. Okay, so address, participants, products section, all empty for now. And then on the right, we are gonna have the total. And let's see what that is looking like. So on the right, yeah, we have total. Okay. So let's look at this. Okay. So on the left, we have address, participants, and products. And on the right, we're going to have the total right here. So now let's just go ahead and start actually like building out these sections one by one. Starting with the address section. Now, how is this going to work? This is interesting. So if you have an address, you can select it just like this. And let me actually add one. So Bucky Roberts is my name. Address, I live at 123 Maple Lane, apartment 2000, 200, whatever. City, let me see, Queens. State, New York, 12345 is my zip code, and my country is, let's do, Nigeria. All right, so this is an address. Now when I go to my carts page, I should see it selected. So this is another interesting thing too. If you only have one address, then in TNBOS I defaulted to that option. However, if you have multiple addresses, then you should see a selection page in here. So let me actually go ahead and make another address. I'll say my full name is Bucky Jones. Address is 678 Monkey Lane. Address 2, I don't have one, but it's required. Interesting. Apartment 500. City, Pittsburgh, PA 12678. And this country is in the Philippines. All right, address added. Also, a little fun fact, I'm actually 1/8 Filipino. I don't know if anyone cares, but okay. So this is how it's going to work. Maple Lane, actually Monkey Lane, Maple Lane. All right, looking good. So that's how the address selector is going to work. So now let's just go ahead and build that out. So by, how am I going to set this actually? I'll probably just have this in state. Yeah, I think that'll be the best. But then, if the user navigates away and comes back, do we want to keep it there? And it's a good question. So let's say that I have something like Monkey Lane in here, and then I buy and I come back. If that's in state, then this component gets remounted and forgets what's in there. But is that really an issue? It would probably be better to keep that in. Yeah, probably be better to keep that in Redux. So in that case, let's do that. And we can stick it in our manager. So we can just store the ID of the active address. And I think that would be better. Okay. So I know a lot of just talking and not a lot of coding so far, but I kind of just want to think through these things, make sure I get the right design pattern to avoid having to re-rate things. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to be creating this widget, but I'm going to be storing this in Redux, and that is because if the user navigates away from the component or comes back or logs out of the site and comes back, then since we persist all that, then should be good to go. Yeah, that's the experience that I would want. Okay. So with that said, let's actually just go ahead and maybe build this component first. Yeah, that might be easier. And then we have something to kind of test our Redux logic out with. So what was this render address select modal? Okay. So this address select modal, I see, and then you pass the handler right into it. And we aren't going to need to do this because this modal itself can just dispatch it to Redux directly. Okay. So this is my address select modal. And you know what? Let's actually just copy this whole thing. Yeah. Okay. So I'm first going to build out the address select modal, and then we'll create a button to toggle it. So let me just copy this. And in my modals, we can do this, and then the styling. Let's see. So remove view, remove view, remove view. Okay. So the styling looks good. Modal, empty text, button. Button with 100, button container I don't have, but I have a margin bottom on these cards. In the modal, display flex column. Okay, that looks alright. Now for the address select logic, let's actually go into these the individual cards themselves. So the selected mixin which is the state, like that shade of green if it's selected. Looks alright for now. I want to standardize a lot of these backgrounds and whatnot, but for right now, just kind of getting everything taken care of. Okay, this is interesting too. So this is my address select card. First of all, I don't have this package. Unify my types. And let's see what's going on here. So for each of these individual cards, I'm going to be passing in an address is selected, and then on click. And I think I do want all of that logic. Okay. Now, the thing I thought would happen is to use that address card again. But let's see. Yeah, I'm wondering if I could reuse this address card since it's pretty similar, but I see now that it's not exactly the same. Alright, so first of all, let me just pluck everything off here. And then address 2, city, state, country, yada yada. Okay. So this is my address select card, pretty similar to my old one. And then I'm going to be passing in an address for each one, an isSelected Boolean, which basically says do you want to display it as green or not, and then an onClick handler, which is basically in the parent element gonna toggle the selected and not. Okay. So, with that said, alright, so this is good, this is good, and now for my address select modal, let's just clean a bunch of stuff up. So unify my types, unify my types. Alright, I'm importing those cards, and now whenever I use this set address ID I'm not going to need, because we can just dispatch that right to Redux, which means I don't need this generic void function type or this prop that gets passed in. Now what I'm going to be doing is getting all my addresses for my store. Then I'll just get the address list. Okay. And selected address ID is equal to a, not a string or null. It's going to be equal to a number or null. And handle, this is equal to a number. Alright, so this should be good, but let me just see what's going on here. Okay. So whenever you pop open that you want to select an address for your order, then this modal is going to pop open, address select the modal, and you're not going to need to give any props because it's going to contain all the information that it needs. So basically it has the selected address ID and logic to set the selected address ID. And then Yeah, you know what? I don't think I want any of this logic actually. Because instead of this logic where you have to select one and then hit submit, what I want to do is I can just have it when you select one, it just updates Redux right away. No need to like hit this submit button, just edit it, select one, and then you're good to go. Yeah, I think I want that logic. Let me just think through it one more time. If you have one selected, like what is the point of hitting the submit button if you can just open it, select it, and then close it? Yeah, I decided I don't like the submit button. So what we can do here is get rid of this handle button click logic. No disabled state, no anything like that. Now I do want this render content because we say if you don't have any addresses, then what you're going to do is you're just going to say no addresses to display. However, if you do have addresses, you're going to render these address select cards. Now these, first of all, get rid of this handle button click. Now to render address select card, we don't need this. Okay, so this address select card is also going to know itself if it's selected, because it can just pull that data right from Redux, basically compare the selected address ID to its own address ID. So we don't need that. So we don't need is selected. So we don't need is selected. And we'll just set this equal to a Boolean for now, since this will determine the styling. But basically, instead of the parent telling the card if it's selected, the card's going to be able to figure it out itself. Now on click, it doesn't need this either, right? Yeah. Because before, yeah. So before the parent element kind of had to figure that out, but now it doesn't need to. So this will simplify our logic as well. All right, so you don't need an on-click handler, even though we are going to be adding click logic from you, but you are going to be kind of flying solo on that. Okay. So now let's see what we got going on here. Okay. So this simplifies our component quite a bit. Basically, whenever we toggle open this address select modal, we are either going to render a bunch of address cards or empty text if we don't have any addresses. Now for each of these address cards, or address select cards, they get rendered inside this address select cards, which is good. And they just have an empty click handler for right now. And they're also just all going to be styled as selected before we add any of that Redux state. Okay, so now let's go ahead and pop this open, and we'll do that here. So we'll say address select modal is open, use toggle false. All right, so we're going to need to use toggle to toggle the modal open and closed. What else do we need? We need that actual modal so we can render it. So import the address select modal, And then we can render it just like this. Render address select modal. Why did we split this out into its own function? If this isn't open, do this. Otherwise, do this. Okay. I think we can kind of simplify this. Yeah, let's not use another function for this. And then we'll just follow this pattern. Something like this. All right, so if the address select modal is open, then what we want to do is we want to render the address select modal, of course. Now the close logic for this is toggle address select modal. That's going to toggle the logic from open to close. And then we just need to and what am I missing here? Or no. Okay. So from here, what we need is a button to trigger that modal. And that is going to be in the render addresses right here. Okay. So we're going to have a button. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. So what this is saying is that we either have a button here or an address card, depending on if we have an address selected. But for now, we don't have the ability to select an address, really, because we can't store it in Redux, so we're just going to render this button for now. So let's do this. So we're going to import you little button, and address that is under the line. That's when you render content, which is a button that just says select address. Toggle address select modals. It's going to say select address, and yeah, should be good. Okay. So now let's test this. We have a button that says select address, and we have no addresses to display because we just don't have any addresses yet, right? Yeah, no addresses. Okay. So let me go ahead and add an address. All right, so I just added two addresses, one for 123 Apple Lane and one for 456 Bacon Ave. Now, when I go to select addresses, there we go. So they both appear right there. And also no. That's interesting too. So I get a little bit of extra padding on bottom here. And that is because, yeah, both the last element, both the last child and the overall modal have padding. But that's good for now. That's a styling issue. Okay. Actually, we can fix that. Last address, select modal. Worry about that later. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to store. Okay, let's think about this. So whenever we select an address, we need to store the ID of that address in Redux under the manager. we can say we already have active address. Why do we have this? What are you doing? All right, active address, buyer address details. Okay. So this active address is for whenever we are editing addresses. So let's say active order address. Actually, let's what would be a good name for this? So first of all, let's go to our store, look in our manager. We already have active address, and again, that is for whenever you are editing addresses. Like I say, I want to edit this, then your active address is set to this. You see, and then basically the app knows that this is the one you're editing. However, what could be, geez, what's going on outside? What could be a name for this? Maybe like default, maybe, actually let's call it order, active order address ID. I think that's going to be the most intuitive, even though it's kind of long. So yeah, so active order address ID, and this is either going to be equal to a number, which is going to be the address ID, or null if you need to select one. So active order address ID, and then what we can also do is we can create a hook to ensure that this address ID, to basically pull the active order address from this. And the reason for that, instead of just tapping into Redux and pulling this directly whenever we want to use it in one of our components, is let's say, for example, that we have an active address right here. However, then even though it's kind of like our active address ID stored in Redux, let's say we go back to our address page and delete that address, then instead of trying to like sync everything in Redux, which is only one thing right now, but I'm thinking it might just be easier to create a hook to kind of abstract that logic. And it might sound a little bit confusing, but I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a bit. So active order address ID, active order address ID equals null. And then, okay. So now what I want to do is I'm just going to reuse, actually this might be pretty easy. So first thing I'm going to do is just set this in Redux. And that is in my modal, address select modal, address select card. Then on click is where I want to do this. So I'm going to say update manager, something like this. Okay. So I'm going to need to use dispatch again and use dispatch from React Redux. And in my types, I'm going to be using app dispatch. And then I just want to use dispatch. All right, in this address, yeah, the ID isn't popped off yet, but okay. And I can actually just do this, handle click. All right, so handle click, whenever an address is clicked, and this is going to be the click handler for it. And what do we want to do when an address is clicked? What we're going to do is we're going to update the active order address ID to just be the address ID. And we can kind of follow our same pattern and set it equal to this. Okay. And now for the is selected, what we can say is, and we probably want to create a selector, but either way, we can test this logic out first. So let's check it out. All right. So in my Redux state, I'm going to select this, and it's going to update my manager to say, where are you at? Okay. Active order address ID is number 8, which is apparently Apple Lane. Then when I click this one, it updates to number 9. Click this one, updates to number 8 again. All right, beautiful. So now what I want to do is I want to say you are selected. In other words, you are green only if your ID matches this one right here. So how do we select that data, or how do we pull it from Redux? Well, what we can do is we can first look at our selectors. And okay, we can get manager. And this might be the easiest way. So let's do this and then see kind of what we're working with. So for selector state, we're going to get manager. And then the manager is just going to be equal to selector state, elemental P. Should know my ABCs by now. Okay. So you are selected if your ID is equal to the manager's active order address ID. And now this should, okay, this is interesting as well. So if you select this one, it updates in Redux, and since this component's address ID matches this one, it's selected. And then if you do this, then that one's selected. However, the logic that I also want is right now, it's just clicking it to set it. I want to say if it's already selected and you click it, then just go ahead and set it equal to null. So what I can do is this. Let me make a constant. I'll say is selected if the ID is equal to this. Then is selected, I can just pass it through here. And now for the value, what did I say here? Address select modal. Okay, something like this. All right, I'll say const value equals, if it is selected and you clicked it again, then you're going to be setting equal to null. Otherwise, if it isn't selected, then just set it equal to the ID. And that should give me my toggle off logic. So select address if it's selected. Okay, that's cool. So you can toggle it on and you can toggle it off. Looking good. Great. Okay, so now what we need to do is, if we have an active order address ID in here, we are going to be making a hook to get the related address object, which is in this case number 8. We see basically 1, 2, 3 Apple Lanes is this one. And then if we do have an address object, we are going to display it right here. And for that hook, we will call use active order address. Okay. Use active order address, looking good. So let me stop and take a 5-minute break, then I'll come back to that. All right, so now let's go ahead and build out the active order address hook. So use active order address, and that is going to be in my hooks. And I'm going to say a new TypeScript file called use active order address. All right, and now you, my friend, are, where can I steal you from? Something like this. Okay. This is interesting. Actually, that's very similar to what I want to do. Okay. Yeah, this is great. Okay. So use active order address. Let me get your name. Refactor rename this hook to you. And instead of a wallet, you are going to return. Okay, let's just do this the hard way. All right. So use active order address is going to return an address or null. And then in order to do this, what we are going to do is we're first going to get your addresses. And then we want to check on the manager for this active order address ID. Okay. So if you have an active order address ID, then use that to look up the address from that. And if you have that, return it, otherwise return null. And we can pretty this up. Okay. Alright, so does this work? Okay. So use active order address is going to return an address or null. If you have something set for your active order address ID, then try to look it up using, or try to use that to find the address. And if you can find it, then return it. Let me just make sure this is the same logic. Yep. Otherwise, return null. And then even if the user deletes, or they set an address as their default and then deletes the address, then this will return null and we won't be able to place the order, which is the logic that we're going for. Okay. So now in the hooks, let's say use active order address, as pairs, use active order address. Okay. So use active order address gives us that logic. And now what we can do back in our checkout is in our hooks, what we can say, render address. Oh, this needs to be updated, but either way, actually this is interesting. Use active order address. All right, so active order address is going to be equal to an order or null. Let me just see what I did in TNBOS. So when rendering my address, okay, so I'm going to say pretty much the same thing. Let content be equal to this button. Because remember, in this address section, we're either going to be displaying the button or the address card. Okay. Now, if they have an address selected, then what we are going to do is just have the content be equal to something else, which is going to be an address card. And that address card, yeah, we have that drop down for as well. Render address drop-down menu. Address drop-down menu. Okay. That's pretty much exactly what we want. All right, so where else did we have that drop-down menu? It was one of the components, right? Shop. Oh, shop drop-down menu. Let's see what's going on with the address card right now. I just want to see the other implementation of this real quick. Okay, so it's going to look similar to this, where the render drop-down menu is pretty much just going to look like this. The menu options, drop-down menu, as that. So I'm going to need to import this drop-down menu and those dots. And then also, so edit is toggle address select modal, which we want. And then what did we do here? Is equal to the address card with some styling applied to it. So the address card, we just said with fit content. But we don't need to do that just yet. Let's see how it looks otherwise. Okay. So the address card is coming from address card component. So components address card. And then if you have an active order address, you basically want to set it equal to that address card. Content equals address card, where the address is equal to the active order address. And then on the address card, the right content is equal to render address drop-down menu. And that should be good. I wonder if I can simplify that as well, but this looks pretty readable. Okay, so now let's do some testing. All right, that's a good sign off the bat. And actually, let me try to edit this. I don't have any, and I actually like this UI. I can see what's going on behind. All right, now I have an active one. Gives me that. If not, I don't have anything. Great, it's awesome. Just what we were looking for. And also one other thing. Yeah, I was wondering if I was gonna have to apply any special styling for this to take up the entire width. However, I think it's doing it already just because of the, yeah, it's flex. Okay. So this is great. That's pretty much all the address logic. And then whenever we submit the order, all we have to do is we need to pass up, I believe we had our order logic where the only thing we need to do is we need to give it an address, because it already knows the items in your cart, so it doesn't need to do anything with those. And yeah. All right, so next up, what we're gonna do is render these participants. And yeah, might as well get to that right now. Okay. Actually, let me push this up. Just do some quick code review and push it up as a checkpoint. So npm run lint. Hopefully we don't get any linting issues. And all right, let's do a little self-review. Okay, use active order address. This is working as expected. Actually, one other thing that I want to test is this. So what I was talking about was, let's say that you are on this page and you selected 123 Apple Lane. Then you go to your addresses and you delete 123 Apple Lane, address deleted. Now back in your checkout, okay, so it should say select address again, and nothing selected, and that is also the logic that we want. Great. So now we can go to my code review after that mini QA session. Okay. So hooks, use active order address. That looks good. Use active order address, gonna return address or null. Let me get this so you guys can see. Okay. So this looks good as well. Okay. And now this is the address select card, and it pretty much figures everything out on its own. Is it selected or not? And then depending on that select state, what to do with the click handler. Do you deselect yourself or do you select yourself? So for the styling, this is all the same. Selecting mix in. Probably want to standardize this because I believe there's somewhere else on my app that has a selected state. I think when you're selecting like a core or something. But anyways, this needs to be standardized, but that's a story for another day. Oh, this looks good. Address select modal. Uses the cards for each address that you have, just renders them out into a select card, displays those, or an empty state if you don't have any addresses. And then this is just my styling for my address select modal, where the cards are gonna look like this. All right, looking good, looking good. And let's see what we got right here. The checkout, quite a few changes to this component, which is basically the entire page we were working on. Importing everything. And then the drop down just has edit in it. Render left top participants. Okay. So we got like 1 out of 4 sections complete, I would say. But pretty good considering this is a pretty beefy page. Lots going on here. Active order. And if the logic gets too complex, we can split it up into multiple subcomponents as well, but I think it's pretty good. So I would say address order address selection logic. Okay. Push that and good to go. So now what I can do is I can render the participants. So what we're going to do now is we're pretty much just going to say buyer, which is always going to be you, and then the seller, and then we may want to update one of our hooks as well to make this a little bit easier. Now, another thing that I'm wondering is if you remove this, it says no buyer or seller to display. And that's because there are no products. So we'll keep that logic as well. Okay. Okay. Doing good. Let's keep it going. Okay. So what we're going to do first is we're first going to check if there are any items in the cart. Now, if there are items in the cart, then we're going to render 2 account labels, one for the buyer, which is you, and one for the seller. And why do I need to check if there is a cart seller? Oh, probably because this just because this can't be nullable. Otherwise, we're going to render empty text. Just like that. Okay. And do we render any empty text here? No. So, okay. So let's just clean this up and get started. So first of all, our empty text component, this is interesting. Oh, line. All right, line has a margin bottom. Okay. So we need to import our empty text component here in styles, because we're going to need to style it to take away some of the padding, and that's because the line, which is going to be appearing under, already has a margin bottom of 12. So just like this, our empty text is going to have a padding top of 0, elemental P. Actually, what am I doing here? See the E, F, G. Okay. So that's going to take care of our empty text component. And now let's actually just go ahead and render basically the same logic. So our cart product list, I split that out into this. Use cart product list. And why did I do that? That's interesting. I kind of like this actually. Ooh. But yeah, I don't need to do this now. So what I was doing is giving it some default ordering. But I don't need to do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, actually, what do I want to do? Let's do this. So under my shop pages, I have the, wait just a minute here. So order products, cart products. Yeah, I don't even think I'm pulling them out anywhere. Maybe in one of my hooks. All right, got a lot going on here. Okay, so in Redux, actually in Redux for here, let's check out what's going on. So my cart products, Interesting. So my cart products consist of objects whose product is nested. Now we are going to be wanting to pull the seller from these. But what's the easiest way to kind of do everything? Now I think from the seller, all right, let's just keep it simple for now and get cart product list. Yeah, okay. All right, so we'll do something like this. Buyer checkout. Use memo, coming from React. Okay. So first, let's get cart products. And this is going to come from this. So selector state elemental P, QRST. What we're going to be doing is getting all the cart products from Redux using our selector. And then since these are keyed under the ID, to get just a list of them, we can just do object values cart products. And so all of our cart products are gonna go in here. Okay. So now what we can do with our participants is we can check if there's any items in that list. And we can have the content be something similar to this. So render participants with the content under the line, and okay. So if cart product list has length, in other words, if there are items in your cart, then you can render the participants. If not, just say no buyer or seller to display, because no one's buying anything if there are no items in the cart. And then let's just go ahead and do the buyer first. So this component we renamed to user label, if I'm correct. So you have user label. And then to use this, just check the implementation of it. Okay. So for user label, actually, I'm gonna need to style this account label. Interesting. Okay. So for this user label, which is going to come from components user label, the implementation details of this are we're going to give it a description and a name, which is easy enough. So instead of account label, we're just going to say user label, and the description equals buyer. And why am I, there we go. All right, so the buyer is my name, my username, and that is going to come from self, right? I keep opening the wrong thing. Okay, and that is going to come from self username. Okay, so now we just need to get to self. Selectors get self, and that is coming from selector state. Selector state get self. Okay, so self is equal to my own data from the store, and if I just do self username string null. Okay, let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Okay, so this user label takes a name, which is a string, and in self, I'm guessing that types self, yeah, the username is equal to a string or a null. And that is because it's just how it gets initialized in Redux. However, actually, I can do this. I should be able to. Interesting. So what I can do is just use the exclamation mark to guarantee that this value is going to be set, because the only time that it doesn't get set in Redux is if the user is logged out, basically, but they're logged in because they saved this checkout page. And since they're logged in, they're guaranteed to have a username. Okay. Okay, so now let's see what's going on. All right, participants, Bucky, who is the buyer. And now for the seller, what we are going to do is this. So I need the seller's information, including their username. Now we already have a hook called use cart seller ID, and what this returns is a number, which is the ID of them, but we want to actually return the seller themselves. So we're going to update this entire hook to say use cart seller, and what this is going to return is type product. It's going to return a user read serializer or null. All right, so let's first figure out everywhere this is so we can make sure to replace it. Use cart seller ID, and then here. Okay. So use cart seller ID is going to be refactor rename to use cart seller. Let's just refactor all of those. And that is use cart seller, use cart seller, use cart seller. And then this is going to be renamed as well. Cart seller ID to just cart seller. But first, let's update this implementation of it. So the user read serializer is going to come from types. All right. So for the cart seller, it's either going to be a user read serializer ID, and then we're saying if you don't and. Okay, so if you have objects in your cart, then just go ahead and get the first one and get the seller from it. Otherwise, if you don't have any items in your cart, then just go ahead and return null. So now this use cart seller is going to be equal to user reserializer or null, and that means this cart seller ID we can just call cart seller, and then we can say if you have a cart seller and the cart seller ID and their ID is equal to the product seller ID, then we get that logic. Okay. Now, with this being said, we also want to use that updated logic in this. Okay, so now that we cleaned up all the old code, let's go ahead and write some new code. So this is working correctly, and we're just going to say that for the participants that we're rendering, of course, I'm going to be the buyer. Who's ever like the user that's logged in is always going to be the buyer. It's their shopping cart. And then I also want to kind of do this logic right here, where the styled version of this has a margin top of 16. So in order to do that, I pretty much need a regular user label and a styled user label. And that is right here. So I'm going to import unstyled user label. Something like this. Elemental pcra stu. Okay. So I'll say that this user label is a styled version of this unstyled user label, and all it does is it has a margin top of 16, and this is going to be the one for the seller. So what I can do is I can say if cart seller okay. So if you have a cart seller, then what you want to do is you want to render a stylized version of this user label with the description of seller, and the name is the cart seller's username. And that should be good. Product does not define render participants. Render left, render participants. Okay, what's going on here? Cart product list length. Is this it? Object values that are cart products. All right, let me just refresh this and see what. Okay, that was right. Maybe I had some hot reloading issues. Did make quite a few changes. Okay. So this is, okay. So I was just getting confused because I didn't see any products here, but that's how it kind of calculates this. But it's just because we didn't actually display those products yet. Am I recording? Okay, just want to make sure I'm not talking to myself here. Okay, so I have items from Bob, who's the seller in the cart. And now what I want to do is I actually want to buy this mug from Amy instead. So I want to add this to the cart. Do I want to override my cart? Yes. And now when I go here, it should say Amy is the seller. But now, you know what, I changed my mind. I actually don't want this. So I'm going to remove all those, go back to my cart, and it says no buyer or seller to display. And that is exactly the logic that we want. So on this note, let's just go ahead and add this from Amy again. Actually, let's see. How many things can we buy from Amy? Okay, so we have this mug in the mushroom book. And now when I go back here, 2 products from Amy, I'm the buyer, Amy's the seller. This is the address that I selected. All right, the participants section is looking good as well. So now what we can do is I'll do another self mini code review, and then we can start on the products section. So with that said, let me go ahead and first lint everything. And then let me just review everything real quick. Got the hiccups today. What causes the hiccups? I'm curious. Okay, so let's see what we did. We converted this use cart seller ID hook to just use cart seller so we can get the full user object, because we also need their username in some cases, and that looks good. This is just renaming it and saying instead of a number, you are now returning a user object. In other words, a user read serializer. Not returning an ID anymore, so that's good. And then in the checkout, made quite a few changes here. Basically adding in your participants and deciding if we should display participants or not based on if we have items in our cart. And then pulling everything from state, hooks, getting our cart products. And then rendering them out here. And the logic is saying that if you have items in your cart, then display the buyer and seller labels. Otherwise, display this empty text. This is just styling updates. Override the empty text. And then this second user label, you may want to rename that, but that's basically for the seller. Give them a margin top just so there's a little bit of space between the buyer and seller label. And then this is just our new hook that we had to change. The cart seller is now the user object instead of ID. And so we're saying that if you have one, check that their ID, basically compare it with the items you're trying to add to make sure you're not trying to add products from 2 different sellers to your cart, and that's all good. Okay, so I'll say participant logic set working. Actually, we can just say participant logic. All right, sweet. We are looking good, actually. So now let me go ahead and take another mini break, and in the next little bit, what we're going to be doing is working on these products. And actually, let me add some products real quick. Maybe just 2 of these. Maybe this is a shirt and this old man struggle carving. I actually like that green color, that toast that pops up here. Okay, so next we are going to have this section working on where we pretty much just display the products in our cart, and we have a little action link that gives us the ability to remove those as well. But I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll get to that. And we are back, Jack. So let's go ahead and see what we need to do for this product section right here. This is TNB front end. Let's see, render products. This is what we got going on right now. And empty products looking pretty bland. And let's hop over in TNBOS, see what they got going on. Okay, so render products says that if you have cart products, then call this render cart products function. And then we have this cart product component. All right, so first of all, these cart products are just gonna say there are 3 columns, one for the image, one for the details, and then one for those action links. So let's steal this section right here, cart products. That's where they're gonna go. And then what we can do is we can actually borrow a lot of this. Okay. Just trying to decide if I want to make this first. Handle remove click. Yeah, I think we want to do this. Okay, so we are going to be making a cart product, which is basically just a row in that grid, or basically it's just one cart product. And then what we can do is actually pass in the entire cart product, because for this handle remove click, this was made for the decentralized network, but what we need to do is we are gonna be making a request to the back end to delete it. And yeah, in this decentralized network, everything was kind of just getting distracted here. Everything was just happening client side. Okay, so let's do this. So cart product, copying you, and in this page, on the buy checkout page, what other component did I have? Oh, payment details, and we didn't do that yet. So on the buy checkout page, we're gonna have this cart product. First, let me look at your styling. For the actions, white space null wrap, text line end, so it appears on the right. That looks good. And yeah, that looks all good. Now cart product, got a lot of stuff to do to you. First of all, we'll get rid of all these. Unify my types as usual, elemental P, QRS. This is just going to be types, toast type, that's coming from enum. So toast types from enums, moved that around. And the product list details. Okay, so this is interesting. I thought I had a component for this, but yeah, it was on my sell page, right? Okay, so the sell page, we have our sell products, and each of these products, oh yeah, here we go. So this is going to be replaced with shop product list details. So shop product list details. I'm gonna P QRST. I wish I knew my ABCs, but I don't. But I don't. Don't. TU. What you doing here? Okay. Okay. Shop. Let's get these organized. Okay. So shop product list details. You pretty much give it a product. And alright, where, first of all, you are capitalized. You don't need to have these ticks, because we are not doing anything. And then For handle remove click, we don't want to use you. Okay, let's just do this. Let's not get crazy here. Okay, so for the thumbnail, you are just going to be passed the product image. Now, when dispatching, when clicking the button to remove, what we want to do, well, first of all, we need to, okay. So this is going to take a cart product instead of a product because we need the cart product ID whenever we are deleting it. Okay, so let's do that off the bat. A lot of little cleanup to do. So in my dispatcher, my cart product, where am I gonna need from you? I'm gonna say delete cart product. And then I'm gonna get to you and I'm gonna steal you. Delete cart product right here. And then I'm going to say, first of all, the types I'm going to be passing in are cart product as T cart product. And I have to rename it because this cart product component is also named cart product. So the type I'm going to be passing in is a cart product. And that's going to be of type cart product. And I'm going to be passing this in. And for the image, it's the cart product products image. For the product, it's the cart product product. And for this remove click, I'm going to dispatch pretty much the same logic. And do I want to wrap that in async? Wait a minute, where did I actually have this? Here we go. Product removed from cart, error doing this. I think I want all of this pretty much exact same logic. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me read through this real quick. Okay. So each of these cart products are going to have a thumbnail on the left, the details like the name, description, yada yada, and then a link to remove it. When you click the remove link, it's going to dispatch this delete cart product using the cart product ID, and afterwards it says product removed from cart. Now if there's an issue with this, it's just going to say error removing product from cart, and that should be good. So now I can use that cart product component to basically render out as before. Okay, so first import all my cart product components, and now let's see. So this is going to be in render products, and the content is going to be the same as this. This is going to render cart products. So you've got cart products, and that is the same thing. Render address, render left. Okay. So render cart products is going to take a. Okay, so we're going to do this. For each cart product, the key is the cart product ID. And for the cart product, it's just the cart product. Sort my attributes. And that should be good. Okay. So just to recap, the content you have under here is dependent on if you have products to display or not in your cart. If you do, you're going to render cart products. And when you render cart products, you're just iterating through all your cart products and creating a cart product component, passing through all the props that we need and rendering it in this cart products section. Okay. So now this is looking good. Let me just go back and come back. Okay, so I have two items in my cart, a mug and a mushroom book. Now let's say I want to remove this mug. Then my checkout page, that should be removed. Now let me add it back in. And that should be there. And now when I click remove, yes, that is good as well. And now I should have one item, a mushroom book in my cart. And now let me just remove that. It says no products to display. Products removed from cart. Deleted from the back end. Looking good in the neighborhood. Okay. Now another small UX issue that I have, or UX question, is whenever you are adding items to the cart, how do you want these displayed? What I'm thinking is you probably want them displayed in the order that you added them, with the most recent items on top. So if I added the mushroom book first and the mug, I think I would be expecting to see the mug on top. Although could also sort it in alphabetical order, but I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. Okay. So either way, the product section is working now. Remove, we get an empty state, no products to display. Okay. So now what I can do is, let me add these two items back. And then let me do a little bit of review as usual. Actually, lint and then a review. It's my two favorite things because it means I just finished up a little mini section. Eventually this is going to be lint, then test, then review. But for now, we don't have any tests written. I know that's not that great to say, but yeah, okay. So for this cart product, let's see. Thumbnail, dispatch, anonymous types, okay. So the cart product is going to be passed the cart product object, and then it basically just renders the thumbnail, the details of it, and then the actions, which there's only one to remove it. Then when you click that, it's going to delete it from the back end, delete. Okay, pretty much delete it from the back end, then delete it from your front end, and then pop up a toast saying success. These are just to minimize my action font size and align them on the right, since the default font size is 14. I want that a little bit smaller. Imported that cart product component that we just looked at. And then when we render the cart products, we either render an empty state if we don't have any items in our cart, or render the cart products. And all this does is it converts all the items in your cart, all the objects in your store to pretty much a cart product component, and then displays them in the cart product section. And the cart product section just has some styling where the items are spaced 12 pixels, and we just get this nice grid layout. That looks all good. And I'll say, okay, products logic. Cool. Alright, now let me push this up, and we are getting close. We are getting very close to where we want to be, which is being able to place an order. Okay, so now the last thing we have to make is this section right here. And what we will say is that, so another thing, this is actually a little bit more advanced than TNBOS as far as the payment logic goes, because TNBOS, it could only support not only one seller, but only one payment type per order. And this new system that we are working on, it's going to support multiple payment types per order. For example, this is a valid order that we're looking at right here, even though we're paying with two different currencies. It's going to be 2200 TNB and 300 VTX. So what I'm going to do is, I think how we want to lay this out. We'll probably just display the prices right on top of each other, and then the button right under it. And then we can have all the error messages right here. Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. Okay, so I push this up. Actually, did I push my backend up too? Yep, and also yep. Okay. Get revert. All good. So now on the right hand side it says total nothing. Let's see what is going on with our good friend TNBOS. Actually, we aren't going to need TNBOS for much longer. But anyways, what this does, what's going on right here? Oh, okay. Don't need this either. So basically what I did is I created a separate component here named payment details. And it basically just okay, we're being passed in this click handler, and I'm wondering why. So this is doing a lot of stuff that we don't need to. Okay. Yeah, don't need to do basically any of that. I'm wondering if I should just basically write this from scratch. Is button disabled? Yeah, so the parent was figuring out a bunch of stuff and passing it down. However, I'm thinking that most of this can just be handled right in the payment details section. Yeah. So maybe I'll just get the styling from this. And then, yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Let's create a new payment details component, which is gonna effectively be this component on the right. And then we'll just put a bunch of placeholders in there for now. And then we'll kind of say goodbye to TNBOS for the time being and kind of go free solo, since a lot of this logic isn't going to be able to carry over, kind of just some of the basic simple styling. All right, so I do like the name payment details for this. So what I'll do is I'll make a new component called payment details. And all right, so you are going to have styles, and you're also going to have a component, and the component's name is just going to be payment details. And then you are eventually going to display other things, but for great hiccups, great timing. But for now, payment details is good enough. So import that payment details component, payment details, and then, yeah. So on the right hand side, total line payment details. All right, so what are we working with here? Payment details looking good. Now, what I want to make first is, actually, let's just get the button styling taken care of. Let's do the easy stuff first. Alright, so do we have a button from here? Yes, we do. Are we going to need to style it? Maybe, but a little bit too much for now. Alright, so I have the button, and it's going to say place order. Alright, so I have a button that is going to say place order, and eventually something's going to happen when you click it, but for now, ain't nothing going to happen. And why? Parsing error. What? Oh, forgot my arrow. Okay, so now we have a button that says place order and how we looking. Pretty good. Now I already am seeing that I want to style that to take up the full width, so let's do that. And button width 100. Okay. So what I'm going to do in here is import an unstyled button, and then I can steal the same button logic from here to pretty much give it a width of 100, and now instead of using this button component, I can use that styled button, which is going to give me that width of 100. Beautiful. Okay, so click this, nothing happens, but let's go ahead and make something happen. And I'm wondering if we can even make a separate component for this. What's this component right here? This is the price component. Yeah. So let's just use those, shall we? Okay. So on our component library, we have this price component. And how do we use it? Well, we just, oh, this is interesting. Okay. So unfortunately, this is a product price component where we have to pass in a product. But we basically want the same styling without needing to pass in a product. So what we could do, this is interesting. Yeah, I might have to just recreate this for this one case. So price container, let me see what's going on with you, little price container. All right, so price container is basically going to be the same thing. Price container is going to have a logo and an amount. Alright, so let's just do this for now. Alright, so just like before, we're also going to have a price container. We won't have any margins on it yet. And I'm going to say price container, and we're going to have two of these. And let's just do this. So core logo, yeah. All right, so we're gonna have a core logo in here. In the source, what we can do is we can just do something super easy, and something like this. Oops. We can just hard code in an image URL for now. All right, so our price container has a core logo, and then it also has, let's see what else, an amount. And the amount is going to be calculated But for right now, we can hard code that into. So the amount will say total price of 500. Actually, should we do? All right, let's see what we're working with here. Okay. So something like this. But it floats in the middle. All right, so you are 24, and this entire container has a line item center, flex section column. All right, so this entire container, which is the price element, basically payment details element. Let me see how your container is styled. Your container, you have, why does it have a border radius? That's funny. Okay. So I don't believe we need this border radius, and that should center align everything. Okay, that's looking all right. And then, what size are you? 18, and I need you to be 24. Can you do that for me, Cord Logo? Can you be 24, 24, 24, font size 26, font weight. Let's use our standardized font weights as well. So font weight, semi-bold. All right. Code optimize imports. Let's put U24 as well. And let's see what we're working with now. Maybe font weight bold looks a little bit better. It's a little too weak. That semi-bold nonsense. That's bold. I mean, dare we go extra bold? I don't think so. This seems like a little bit too much. Whoa, 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 no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Let's not get crazy here. Okay, so font weight bold for the amount, and then for the price container, I'm wondering, since I do want some space above my button, but I'm wondering where we put that. So basically we may have something like this. I mean, they won't be the same logos, but what I'm thinking for each of these price containers is if we give it a margin bottom, it will look all right. Okay. Actually, let me get this copy image address. To use something else. Actually, let's do 519,000. Okay, so looks interesting. Actually, let's do this. What it's going to be. Just to get some realistic, always like, and what was this, 300? Okay, so this total order is 2200 TNB and 300 VTX. So the total would look something like this. How does this look? Not bad. It does not look bad. So these are all fake numbers still, but okay. So now what I want to do is just have some text for the error message, and we'll eventually be displaying that conditionally, but here just want to kind of get everything. So render price error is going to have an error message. All right. So colors. And for my error color, let me see if anywhere in forms, file input, okay. So this is my standard error message color. Although I probably want to make this into a constant as well, since I reuse it quite a bit. Okay. But now let me go ahead and render price error. And I'm going to say, have some logic right here. Total price of, okay. So this is eventually going to say something like total price of, what was it? 2200 TNB exceeds available balance of, let's say they only have 1,600 TNB. Okay. So if they get an error, it's going to say something like total order price of 22 exceeds available balance of 1,600 TNB. And that looks alright. However, I'm wondering if I bump up the font a little bit. And also, I may have multiple of these errors if they have. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so for the error message, I'm going to do a margin top of 12. I'm going to do a font size of 11. And then I'm just going to render 2 of these. Okay, that would be better. Okay. That's a little bit better. Now hopefully we don't get these error messages, but if so, then yeah. And what we can also do is change the naming. So we'll just say total price of X currency exceeds available balance of X currency. Okay. All right, so I think that we got, yeah. So this is pretty much all of our logic that we're going to need for here. And I also want to do one thing. Let me try this out. So line height of 1. What is the line height of this by default? I don't know, but when it's 1, it's shrunk. What one looks better, the default or a line height of 1.2? Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's do 1.2 for actually this entire. Okay. So for the payment details, actually the price container, I can do a line height . LMNO. All right. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. That one's a little bit too spread out, and this one is looking good. Okay. So that's looking all right for now. I think all my styling is as good as it's going to get with my pretty primitive styling skills. And now what I can do next is just, okay. So another thing I need to do is I need to conditionally be able to disable this button, because if there is an error message, then the button should be disabled. So let me just look at my button props. And I believe this is just okay. So disabled equals true. We'll just hard code it in for now. Just make sure that we get this logic. And okay. So now let's just add a click handler. So const handle button click. Console log click. Okay. So just gonna have some click handler for this button right here. And now we can't click it because it's disabled. That is good. And if we go back in here, say disabled equals false, then we should be able to click it, and it just logs out click. Okay. So now we got all the basic functionality working. What logic do we want to do now? So next up, what we are going to do is we need to figure out if there are any actual errors. And the way we do that is we compare their available balance with the total of the items in their cart. So what we are going to need to do is this. We're going to need to calculate. Actually, let me do this. Alright, so Amy, you are going to be selling this little mini elephant set too. Because I need you to have some more products from what I'm about to test. Alright, so let me refetch these, and I'm going to add this to the cart as well. And the reason for that is because I wanted to be able to kind of add up multiple products from the same currency. So basically, the first thing I want to do is just display this information correctly. So it should say 6200 TNB, 4000 plus 2200, and 300 VTX. And then once we display this correctly, we can compare it to the active or the available balances that they have, and then pretty much determine if we need to show any error messages or disable the button. But that is the first thing that we're going to do. Now, another thing that I'm thinking of is, where do we put this logic? So and kind of thinking ahead how we're going to need to use it to kind of get the return type of it. What I'm thinking is, all right, so for the cart products, each product has a price core, which is just the ID of a core. So in other words, 1 is TNB. Okay. So what I'm thinking is we're going to probably write a reducer function where the key is the ID of the price core and the value is the sum of all products in that core. So basically the key is the price core and the value is the aggregate price amount of all products. Okay. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT for help on this one, since it sounds like a little bit beefy. so what information do you need, ChatGPT? Okay. Maybe I can just give it my cart products. Yeah. So I'm going to say, here are my cart products. Write a function that gives me, I don't even know how to say this to ChatGPT. Okay, these are my cart products. Write a function that iterates through each write a function that returns the total amount, the total cost of the products in each price score. Let's see if we can figure this one out. Here are my cart products. Write a function in JavaScript that returns an object where the key is the price core ID, and the value is the total price of products, is the total price based on price amount calculated by using price amount times quantity. All right, for each item in the cart, total price, price core, all right, so what I'm going to do is this. So that was looking good, but what I'm going to do is kind of clean all that up. So cart product, all right, here's my cart product type, and let's see, here is my product type. I'll give it the item type as well. I'll say update the function to use TypeScript and reduce. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Total price. Huh. So total price oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I want to rename total price. All right. So a couple things. Rename total price to ACC. And then I'll say, use this function to display the proper information for each price container. All right, gotta like slowly talk it into rewriting my entire component for me. Okay. Use this function in this component to display each of those prices as a price container element. All right, ChatGPT, this is a tough one for you, but I got faith in you. You can do it, buddy. I wonder if it would be easier if I just wrote it myself by now, but I don't know, it's kind of fun working with ChatGPT. Okay. So, in the payment details, price core total. Price core is a number. Okay, that's interesting. So, I'll say is const calculate total price. Let's take a look at this first. Okay. All right. Price core total. All right, let's just clean up this code. All right, ChatGPT, we are going to do this together. I'm going to pretty things up for you. Okay, so cart items equals a cart product. And that is true. Yeah. Okay, so from types, we need to give it a list of all the products in our cart. So how do we do that? Let's do this. Let's do this exact same thing. Unless we just want to pass in the cart product list from here. That's interesting too. But let's not do that, even though it may be a little bit performance benefit later on. Okay, so cart product list equals use selector, selector state, PQRST. Okay, and then need some of these. Optimize those later. Okay, so the cart products, you're gonna of course need that, and you also need this cart product list because whenever you calculate the total price, we are going to have you calculate using this cart product list, and what you're going to return is a price core total, which is typed out right here. All right, now for cart product, we are also going to be importing you. And for the item, we can just rename you to cart product. Still got 4. Okay. All right. Now, for calculating the total price, what you do is you pretty much iterate through every cart product and you pull off the price core, which is the core ID, the amount, and the quantity from it. Now for the accumulator, what you can check is let's ask if there's any way to simplify this first, because I have a feeling there might be. Also, should probably just log out these results soon and make sure that if else block, yeah. Okay. We can get rid of these as well. All right, so the price core equals whatever was there by default. If nothing yet, then just go ahead and set it to 0 plus the price amount multiplied by quantity. Okay, now let's log this out. Console log. All right, and let's see what we're working with. Whoa, 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 whoa. And that is because I need to call the function, invoke it to get those sweet, sweet results. Okay. All right, so this is looking good. So for price core 1, we get 6,200, which is TNB. For price core 2, you get 300 VTX. Great, 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 great. And when I remove this, should also update. That's awesome. This is great. Okay. Now let me add those back in, just so we can get that fancy schmancy logic. And another thing that I probably want to do Okay. Okay. So we probably want to memoize this. Memoize this and rename it to totals. Total prices. Okay, memoize this, wrap this in use memo, and yeah. Okay, really leveraging here. Okay. And rename to total prices. Calculating total price. All right, so I know I'm spending a long time on this, but it is an important part of this app, and I want to make it as readable as possible, since, you know, I do have to maintain this as well. Okay, so now do I have use memo from this already? You can do calculate total price. Cart product list, and then total prices below. That looks good. Now just test everything still. Yes, this is looking good. Looking good. Looking good, looking good, looking good. All right, cool. And I will say, what else can we say? Use total prices, or I say using total prices. Using total prices, update my components to render a price container for each entry, for each of those entries. And also, do I need to give you that's a good point. I actually don't. Now at this point, it's probably going to be easier if I just write it myself, since prices. All right, don't want to use that. Render price error. And then what I want to do is I actually want to split this up into a render price containers function. Okay, so render price containers. Alright, so render price containers, which is going to be the core logo and the source of the logo, and the price amount equals total to the logo string. The key equals the price core, which is good. And pretty much want to take this, replace it with these price containers. And for each of these, what I can do is for the cores, I can use this. All right, so I need to do cores, price core, and then logo. And this is going to be tricky because it may be, wait, why is price core total prices? This is going to return a price core total, total prices, price core total. Why is price core a string? Object entries, price core is a string. This is interesting. This total prices returns price core total, where the price core is a number and the value is a number. However, in object entries, why is price core a string? Why is price core a string there? Because it should not be. All object keys are strings under the hood. Implicitly converts it to a string when you use object entries, so interesting. Convert it back using a number. Okay, so I'll just convert it back. A little messy, but source. Okay. And this is because if I have a number in here that doesn't exist, then I'm not going to have a core. So what I'm going to do is this. I'll say core equals a core keyed by this. And this can either be so this may be equal to null. Type string is not a type string or null. So this core is equal to a core. Okay, so core logo. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So this core logo is going to take a string or null. Yes. Okay. So what I'm going to have to do is a core. Forgot I wasn't using this core logo. But why not? Why not use this one? Instead, I pretty much just need to give it a default unknown core. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to clean all this up in a bit, but for now, what I can do is I can just say core logo or unknown core. And then what I can do, I think I want to keep this logic. And the reason is because, this is actually tricky. What I'm thinking is if they have a, well, first of all, this is working, which is good. Okay, that's really good. Anyways, what I was thinking is that if they have an object in their cart, let's say these two objects with TNB and VTX, and one of these cores get removed, then what's going to happen with the item in their cart? So what we can do is we can see if the core still exists, which it should, like 99% of the time, but in the rare case that it doesn't, we can just return and it won't render. Another thing we can do to simplify this a bit is just this logic, or even this logic. Can even simplify it more, but it's a little bit too unreadable, I think. Okay, so let's just see what's going on right here. So these are my totals: 6200 TNB, 300 VTX. If I remove this one, it just shows TNB. If I remove this one, it just shows that one, and remove this one, I get none, which is great. I mean, probably want an empty state right here. Actually, what is my empty state in TNBOS if I remove all of them? The button is disabled. The total says 0. Okay. I kind of like that logic, actually. Maybe just empty state. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. But either way, this is working with total prices. So now the next thing that we can do is go ahead and show those error messages. Yeah, let's work on the error messages next. So let me add these items back to the cart. Another this from Amy, and what else you selling, Amy? Amy, I'm buying everything that you got. Okay. So now let's work on our error messages. And I will do that after I take a mini break. Be back in just a second. Alright, so now that we got kind of this logic working right here, what I'm going to do is figure out the logic for displaying these error messages. And in order to do this, what we need to do is we need to look at the total prices of everything, and for each one, compare it to the wallet balance for this core. And we just need to pretty much check that the balance can cover whatever you're trying to pay for. So let's do that. Now, in order to accomplish this, I'm going to use another memo. And this is going to say total price errors. And it's just going to return a list of strings, which are going to be error messages. And it's also going to use reduce. And it's going to also take the object entries of total prices. The accumulator is just going to be a string array. And for each of these, we are going to say, yeah. So price core total. And actually, can we just pull it out from here? Don't think you can do this. Or maybe we just do this yeah, I think we want to do this. Okay. All right, so for each of these, all right. For an immutable properties of an object. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this. So I'm going to say, and why am I getting issues here? Every sign constant. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to iterate over pretty much the total prices, and I'm going to pluck off the core ID and the total price, and then compare it to the wallet balance. So I need to get my wallets. So find files. And I'm just going to use my wallets. And I'll say the wallet okay, so for my wallet, if no wallet exists, add an error to the results. All right, so return results here. Okay, find a wallet. And what am I doing here? No, you are a string array. Okay, so loop through each of these and find a wallet where the core matches the price core. I'll say the total price core. Compare the wallet balance. Ensure the wallet balance has enough funds to cover the total. If not, add an error to the results. All right. So I'll say, here's my wallet object. Here's my wallet type. I'll say, write the code for these comments. Write the code for the comments. Complete the code for the comments. Here's the completed code for the comments. Okay, let's see what you got. While you're doing that, total price errors. Okay. All right. Okay. So total price errors is gonna return a memoized string array. Okay. So this is my for loop, and let's see what you got. So let's keep those comments in there for now. And pretty this up. Okay. And what are you doing right here? Wallet is already declared in the upper scope. Wallet, where is wallet? No, it's not. What? Unless, wait a minute. Oh, this variable right here. Okay. Okay. So find a wallet where the core matches the price core. So it's gonna iterate through all my wallets and find the one where the core ID, wallet core, wallet core ID, that's right, matches the price core, which is going to be string converted to a number because using object entries keyed by string. All right, so if there's no wallet, say no wallet found for core with ID price core. All right. And oh, that's part of this. Okay. Otherwise, if you have a wallet, ensure. Okay, first you need a wallet. Then, if you have a wallet, check that the balance is not less than the total. Okay. Otherwise, you say total price of for core ID this exceeds available balance of this. Okay. All right. And what I also want to do is check the core itself. and that would be this. Number, price, core, let's see, core ID. Okay. All right. So what I'm doing here, yeah, maybe I do this. That's interesting. Okay, so I want to first check the core. So I'll say this. I'll say, yeah, let's do this. So if there's no core that we can find, which is going to happen in the rare case that they have items in their cart for a certain core, but then that core gets deleted, in other words, like a digital currency network goes down, I'll say no core with ID, core ID, and I'll just say continue. I kind of like this format. I just think it's easier to read, even though we may have a lot of continues. Actually, we can just do this. Okay. If there's no core, then say there's no core with the ID of this anymore. So that's going to be an error. Otherwise, if you don't have a wallet for the core, then of course you can't pay for it. So you say no wallet found with a core. My God, do you hear that screaming outside? All right. I gotta pause this. Alright, someone was just a little angry outside. I need to pause it so I didn't have any swearing in my video. But where was I? Okay, so let me clean this up. So what I'm gonna do is first delete these and say if there's no core, say there's no core with ID of that core. Otherwise, if there is a core but you don't have a wallet for the core, say no wallet found for, and I'll say core dot ticker. So for example, if you don't have a TNB wallet and you're trying to buy some items for TNB, it would just say no wallet found for TNB. Otherwise, if the wallet balance is less than the total, and I actually just want to switch this around for readability. So if the total price exceeds the wallet balance, then what we can say is total price of total, and I also want to display these as formatted. So total price of total, all right, so something like total price of 500 TNB exceeds available balance of 100 TNB, something like this. And that is pretty ugly. Let me just clean that up a little bit. Okay, so we are first checking if there is a core, which there should be many of the times. Also checking that you have a wallet. If not, that's also an issue if you're trying to buy something. And last but not least, check that you got enough funds in your wallet for it. All right, and then total price errors, what we're gonna say if it's disabled, total price errors.length. So basically, if you have any errors at all, then disable the button. And then for the render price error, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say return total price errors dot map and I'll say error message, and then that just gets mapped to this with the error message displaying here. Oops. Okay, so I think this should work. Everything besides the click button logic. Okay, so this is good so far. But now what I want to do is I actually want to reduce my wallet balance so I can test some things out. So wallets, let's put it at, right now I have 10,000. I want to put it at 2,600. Okay. And why do I get 2 right here? This is interesting. So I should get an error, but only 1. So now, let me just log out what I got for total price errors. That is also interesting. I only have 1 item in here. By render, where am I getting? Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. So I wonder if I can just key it by error message. All right, let me see if this fixes it. Is that what's complaining about my key? Yes. Now, why am I getting multiple error messages being displayed here? Oh, because I'm rendering it twice. I am a moron. There we go. Okay. And is it okay to key these by... Well, first of all, I see a little issue here. And that is this right here. And in that case, I might as well just dirty this up. Simplify. Wow, that looks pretty terrible. Funny how things are. Okay. Now, is this good for this key? I guess so. All right, and let's also check this disabled logic. So let's do this. Okay, I'm getting an error message right here because the total price of 6,200 exceeds my, let's do something different, 22,000, 2,100. Okay, so I have 2,100 TNB total. Now, of course, 6,200 is more than 2,100, so I'm going to get an error. However, let me change this again, 24. Okay, so this is more than 2,400. However, if I delete this, then I shouldn't get an error anymore, and the button is still good. Click, click, click. All right, good to go. Remove this, still good. Remove this. We probably want an empty state, but that is good for now. Yeah. Actually, I'll just say that what I can do is just disable this if there are no cart products at all. That might be easier. So I'll also say if on or, okay, so if there are no cart products or you have errors, then go ahead and disable that. Okay, so I don't have any errors, but I don't have any cart products either, so that's disabled. And now once I add this, should be good. That works. Now let me just add a wooden spoon. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. So this is issue 2 where I can add items for myself, but I don't want to do that. So let me just add all of Amy's items. All right, Amy, I'm going to take your mushroom book and these elephant figurines. And okay. So now this order total exceeds what I'm giving you. That's an issue, so this button's disabled. So I'm going to remove this. The button is good now. Now another thing. Okay, so this is issue 2 where I don't have an address selected. This button should be disabled. And also another is selected prop. It's a linting issue. But let's fix that right now. So that is going to come from this address select modal, and we're getting yelled at because this is selected is not a valid DOM element that's being passed in. So because of that, we need to prepend it with a $sign. So in that case, just replace these 3 with a $sign. That should be good. Make sure this is fixed in. Okay. So now let's just go ahead and make sure we don't get that linting issue anymore. Select this, deselect it, select it, deselect it, and okay. Okay. So another thing I want to do with this button logic is I want to ensure that we have an active address. So what I'm going to do in that case is I want to pull out active order address, and that's going to come from my hooks. Alright, so in addition to these checks, I'll say if you don't have an active order address, or you don't have any products in your cart, or you have any errors with your payments, in other words, you don't have enough funds to pay, then we're going to disable that button. Now, in that case, if I remove this and I don't have an address, the button is disabled, which is what I wanted. Okay, so now we have products, have enough funds for it, we have a valid address, we're ready to place this order, and we just need a click handler for this. Okay. So what we can do now is before we do this, so let me actually just push this up, because if I were to lose this logic, I would probably cry. So first, let me just go ahead and run npm run lint. And hopefully I don't get any issues. So now let me push this up after a little mini code review. Okay. So I don't think we wrote too much code here, just a lot of like thinking through some weird stuff. All right, just change that to a $sign. Not much to review there. And then the payment details entire component. Doesn't take any props. And we're pulling everything that we need. Cart product list. Calculating the total prices for each core. The quantity, or excuse me, the value that you add, you take the amount that the product is times the quantity and add it to the total for the core. 0 by default. And for these errors, what we're doing is we're iterating over all the prices and basically saying, is there a core that exists still? If not, throw an error. Do you have a wallet? Because you need to pay for it. If not, that's a problem. Throw this error. And then, last but not least, if the total amount exceeds the wallet balance for that core, then just give you an error message here. A detailed error message, which is good. Okay, so now we're logging out something that we shouldn't be logging out. Fix that in just a bit. And now last but, actually not last but not least. I think I'm losing my voice. Okay, payment details. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I just had something in my throat. Maybe I need to drink some more water. Maybe this, maybe that. Okay. Now let me just clean this up real quick. So this, we don't need to log out anymore. And then on that note, I think we're good to push this up. So I would say cart total logic. All right, cool. Now, I believe that the only other thing that we need to do from here is whenever we click this order button, we need to submit this order. And I think this is going to be a piece of cake too. Yeah, because I remember our orders endpoint, and actually let's, yeah, this is good. Okay. So our orders endpoint, if we take a look back at this on our back end, shop, views, orders, and then we can look at the serializer for it. So all we need to pass in when creating an order is the address. Yeah. And then what we can do is for the address that we pass in, just make sure that we are the owner of it. And then, yeah, basically it uses that address. Cool. And then for the order object, yeah. Ooh, this is interesting. So this uses a foreign key to an address. And then in that case, we're also going to run into an interesting situation where if the user places an order with a given address, but then they delete that address, then in this case, the order is going to be deleted. But I think this is fine for MVP since we're probably just going to test out with some silly things like wooden spoons and whatnot. But yeah, of course, that's a big area we want to look at in the future. You know, after this becomes like the #1 e-commerce site in the world, which I don't know, it's probably only going to be a week or so from now because this thing's pretty dang awesome. Okay. So let's give ChatGPT a pretty tough job. Yeah, I'll do this. Okay. So I'll say car products addresses. Okay. So here are my coding standards. write me API functions for orders. And then I'll give you this. And let's see. Actually, is this going to be the last slice that we write? Kind of bittersweet. All right. So there's, oh, great, hiccups. Where are you? And there are my serializers, and might as well give you my order object as well. Here's how you can structure your API functions. Actually, I gotta create my types. Yeah. You can't update order, you can't delete orders, but this is looking fine either way. Okay, so let me actually go ahead and in Postman, what I'm going to do is just kind of do everything manually one last time, hopefully. And then I am going to pretty much get all my typings. You know what? We're actually looking pretty good for this. I actually don't even need to use Postman. All right, so first of all, where are my addresses coming from? Log out, log in, shop, my addresses. Okay. So that's another thing. So I do have addresses in here. Bucky. Okay. So I need to fetch my addresses off the bat as well. And when am I doing this? Am I just never fetching my addresses? Yep, that's what it looks like. All right, so that's not good. So let's do that. So in my layouts, my authenticated layout, what I'll do is this. I will say that in my dispatchers, I want to, whenever I first boot up the app, I want to get my addresses because, well, we need them. All right, and now when I log back out and log back in, shop, my addresses, I have my addresses. Okay, now the address endpoint is gonna consist of these addresses, and then whenever I am submitting my order, I need to pass in the address ID of an address that I own, which is 4, 6, or 9. And for testing, 5, this must belong to someone else. All right, so now let me go ahead and try to post an order or create an order. And first, let's just kind of do it incorrectly. Clear buffer, okay. So now I'm going to create an order and just pass in just a useless prop for now. Actually, for the address, I can even try to put in 5 right now. And this should, okay, wrong endpoint. Okay, address does not belong to the authenticated user. That is good. Now, if I pass in an address that I do have, where was that data? Okay, So let's say address number 4 is one of them that I do have available. So instead of 5, 4, let me go ahead and send this up, and then I get a valid order. Okay. So the only thing I need to do to create an order is just pass in an address. Fascinating. So now, with that information, I am recording still, right? Yep, okay. So now let's go ahead and make our create order request. Typing. So types, API, orders, new, TypeScript file, where you at? Orders. Now just like, I don't know, addresses, I guess. Create address request. This is going to be create order request, and it's just going to take an address, which is a number. For address ID. That looks good. Orders. Addresses, create order request. Okay, good to go. Okay, so now in my main TypeScript, let me just import that. That is under exchange orders. Orders, and that was called create order request. All right, and let me just sort this. Code, actually we can do sort lines. Edit, sort lines. All right, also do code, optimize imports. And now we are going to need to, should we make our API endpoints first, or kind of just structure everything out in the store? Yeah, let's do this. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and start creating our store before we can dispatch anything to it. So I'm going to new TypeScript file named orders, and in here we are going to say all right. So first of all, orders extends from create and modified, right? Yeah. This is going to be an interesting one. Okay. So I'm going to be storing orders, which of course has an ID. Actually, let's just look at our order serializer. So our order read serializer has all the fields from orders, which is created and modified, an ID, and I got those two already, created modified ID. Those are the easy ones. And now in addition to that, we also have buyer, seller, and address. Buyer, seller, and address, and order products. Now we have these from the address serializer, but then we need one for order products. And for that, let's just get a, let's just do this. Okay, working from the inside out here, create a TypeScript for this, which is order products, and I'm going to need an order products type. So new TypeScript file, I'll say order products, and let's actually clean up some of this. Okay, so here's my order type, here's my order products type. Now my order product is going to have an ID. It's going to pretty much have all of these, right? Okay. So let me just kind of compare this. It has an ID, description, image, name, price amount, price core, quantity, has an order, which is ID, a product, which is an ID. Okay, this is good. This is good. That's what we were looking for. Okay. So now first, let me just go ahead and register this with my main types, and that is under manager. And I'm just going to say order products, and we have an order product type coming from there. LMNOP. Okay. And now in here, under my order, I can also say, oh, it already did. Interesting. All right, order, it's going to have buyer. All right, so let me say create a TypeScript interface for this, which is my order. Now that I have my order product taken care of. Okay. So from my order products, I'm going to need order product. And in my order, let's just see. So I have an address. That is just an address. Yeah, so my address is just going to be an address. All right, so my address is an address. My address is an address. Yeah, this is, oh, this is good. This is good. So my address is an address. My buyer and my seller are from the user read serializer. Now my order products are going to be a list of order products. So I can steal this. And let's see what else. So I have a buyer and a seller too. Buyer and seller, and those are just user read serializers, right? Yeah. Okay, and all right, so buyer is a user read serializer and the seller too. All right, so this is my order object with the address, buyer, ID, order products, and the seller. So address, buyer, order products, ID, seller, and then also created modified, which we inherit from, and that should be good to go. Okay. So now let me just go ahead and import it into my main types. So order products and then orders. And here we have order, which is a single one, and the orders, which is how we're going to be storing it in a Redux, keyed by ID. LMNOP. Okay. And now let me just go ahead and sort these. Edit sort lines. Okay. Now we can go ahead and create an orders well, first of all, constant. All right, and then from this, what are we going to be doing for orders? So first of all, we need orders file for the reducer, and it's probably going to be similar to wallets, where we set many or one. Yeah, let's do it for here. So never unset, but everything else is the same. Okay. So orders, the store is going to be similar to addresses. So first, what we're going to do is replace a bunch of stuff in here. Okay. Replace addresses with orders. Replace address with order. Replace lowercase addresses with lowercase orders. Now we don't need unset order because we never delete an order, at least not for now. And then this logic should take us home. Okay. So for the order slice, we're going to be storing orders in a dictionary key by orders. The initial state is nothing. The constant that we use for auto-generating action names is just orders. Just make sure I spelled this correctly, orders. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set an order by passing in an order and then key it under the ID. And then when we set multiple orders, for example, we just refresh our orders page, make a request, get a list of orders back, and then set all those keyed under ID. So this is looking good. And now from here, what we can do is just register this in our main store. And we can do that by saying for orders, under orders, use the orders reducer as the value. Looking good. And now, even though we probably won't be using it in this video, I will say that for the future, whenever we call get orders, then give us everything under the orders slice. Okay, so that's good. So now we can actually create those API functions for orders. All right, so let's do that now. So new TypeScript file orders. And I think ChatGPT already gave me these. Yeah. Okay, so let's steal some of this. So for orders, what we want to do is this. All right, so we have create order request, and that was what we called it, right? So types index, create order request, okay. So the endpoint for this is just API orders. Now with create orders, we're going to send it create order request and get back an order. Now we can't delete orders. We can get orders, and in this case we're just going to make a request to this endpoint, and it's going to return our orders as a list. And then we can't update an order either. Yeah. So in this case, what I can do is create my dispatcher functions. I'll say here are my API functions for orders. And I'll say here are my coding standards for dispatcher functions. Create me dispatcher functions for orders. Create order, get orders, set orders. Set order, set orders. Okay, that all looks good. All right, so create order, get orders. I don't have any singular get order. Whenever you create an order, you pass in create order request, which is pretty much just the address. And then it's going to set that order in our store. Now to test this, let's go to our checkout payment details. And then handle button click. This is where we are going to want to do it. So let me just let's just steal some of this. Okay. So I am going to be doing something like this. So first let's import what we need to. Dispatch, we need to import. So let's see. Dispatch, our toast, display toast, display error toast. And then our toast type from enums, EFGH, and then let's see. So on handle button click, which is to place the order, what we are going to be doing is we're going to be making a request to the back end to create that order. And the request data is just going to be the address, and it is going to be the active order address ID, then we can just say if no active, then just return. So by this time we're guaranteed addresses number. Oh wait, I'm using the wrong, yeah. So this was for dispatcher orders. Payment details, yeah. Done stealing stuff from you, okay. So first of all, this is supposed to be a create order. So from orders, we want to use this. And then for this request, we want to pass in this request data. And it says, getting an error still. I think I might have spelled something wrong. In my create order request, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. It's address, not addresses. That's my request data. Now, if this is successful, I'll say order created. And if not, I'll say error placing order. Does that make sense? Order created and error placing order. Got two different verbs going on, but I think it's all right. And now let me see if I can just shorten this a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. So when you handle the button click to place the order, you're gonna make a request to the back end to create it, and then it's gonna display a toast that says order created, and then after that, what we'll do is we'll navigate you to the buy orders page. However, that's a little bit too much logic to test out all at once, so let's just test this out now. Okay. All right, so from the top here, let me refresh this. I'm logged in as Bucky, right? Okay. So first of all, how much money do I got left? Oh, only 200 bucks. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add a little bit more to my wallet. I would say 10,000. Okay. So now let me refresh this, 10,000, beautiful. Okay. So let's go ahead and go shopping. Okay. I'm gonna buy this cart or this cup from Amy. I'm also gonna buy this book. The quantity requested exceeds, okay. So I already bought this. So this is actually smart logic, but a little bit too smart. All right, so I'm buying this book and it has a quantity of 1. Okay, and now last but not least, elephant figurines. And since I already paid for this, it's probably gonna have a quantity. Oh no, that's awesome. Oh, because I didn't have enough money to pay for it earlier. But anyways, check it out. So I now have 60, 200, 300. Now I just need an address. Let's send it to my penthouse on Bacon Ave, Pasadena, India. And this should be good. So now what I want to do is I just want to make sure that the order is placed and it appears in Redux. So first, place the order, order created, and that means that the order was created on the back end. And now in Redux, I have that order set right here. And also another interesting thing that's happening is because whenever, so I had 10,000. Now, whenever I placed that order, it took 6,200 TNB, deducted it from my account. And now if we check out my wallet, I only have 3,800 left. And that is why I'm getting this error message back. However, it's not really an issue because what we're going to do now is after I submit this, I'll make a little to-do to navigate away from that page. So I'll just say navigate to the buyer order page. All right. So I am going to, and then actually let me think about this. All right. So I'm going to be taken to this page right here, buyer orders. And another thing that I want to do is once this order has been placed, yeah, so on the back end, whenever you place an order, it removes all the items from your cart. So what I can do is after I place that order, I want to remove all the items from my cart. So we'll do that as part of the process. So let's do that now. Okay, so I'm going to create an order, and then I'm also going to dispatch this function right here. Set cart products, set cart products. All right, so I'm basically just gonna wipe out all my cart products, reset it to an empty list, and I'm gonna do that right here. And that will work. Okay, so now let's try that one more time. And okay. So I'm gonna refresh this. I have no cart products, nothing in my cart. And then let me just buy this mug. So the products, I'm gonna have to add one more. Oh, actually I had 8 of these, nice. So now I have 1 mug in my cart. Just gonna go ahead and place the order. It creates it on the back end, adds it to my store. So now I have 2 orders in there. And I also emptied out all my cart products, which is good. Now, after this, the last little bit of logic that we need to write is just navigating to the buyer orders page. So let's do that right now, and then we can pretty much call it a day. So navigate. All right, so where are you coming from? React Router DOM, let's import you. Use navigate, and then we need to pull it from the hook. And then we want to navigate to, well, first, when do we want to navigate? Right here. And then let me just grab the URL, shop by orders. And all right, so now what's going on is that we're gonna place an order, and then this is gonna be created, stored on our front end. We are gonna remove all our cart products, and then we are gonna navigate to our orders page, optimize those, and then eventually, probably in the next video, what we'll do is we'll build out that orders component. But for right now, one last time, let's test this. And I'm gonna buy another mug. Really loving these mugs. Going to the cord, I got my address selected, Bacon Ave, Pasadena. Place this, order created, cart emptied on the orders page. We are looking good. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop the video here, do a little bit of self-code review, and then in the next video, we're gonna be, well, hopefully finishing everything up. Look at this. Got another item off the checklist. Buyer checkout page, looking good. So in the next video, we're just going to be making our orders component, and we'll reuse that component to use both on the buyer side and the seller side. But 5 days until showtime, we are on a very good pace to complete this thing. So as always, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.